Just setting up the live stream, please bear with me. Okay, I think we're more or less there. Take a bit longer than usual. YouTube isn't responding very quickly at the moment. Okay, so we've got our Cessna parked behind us. We are at Unst in the north of Scotland, or northeast, one of the islands off the northeast of Scotland, I should say. So we're going to wander over to our aeroplane. I've already removed the covers from everything. So we'll go first person view. And we'll go and click on the door handle and get in the aeroplane. And we're going to get it ready for flight. So battery and alternator on. Make sure the fuel is on both tanks. We're going to need to put a lot of fuel in actually. So it's done over on the tablet these days, isn't it? So we've got a flight plan programmed in on the tablet, which visits lots of airfields all the way down the country. Let's go and see. Taxi fuel £5, trip fuel £51. Contingency fuel £3, alternate fuel. So we'll see how we get on. We're showing here not very much. Interesting. Can we change this within the simulator anymore? I'm not sure that we can. Passengers and cargo. We'll see how far we get and we'll refuel when we get the opportunity to. Anyway. So we've got the basic airplane up and running. Let's go and put the beacon lights on. We'll put the nav lights on. And that's all we need at the moment. We're not going to run through the full settings for the engine. So crack the throttle open, rich fuel mixture. And let's just turn it over and see what happens. So get up to 1000 RPM. Avionics buses can come on. And we can see our route is already in the G1000, which is good, so that has worked. Interesting means balked. Yeah, well no, it just means it's I'd never looked at setting the fuel before, so interesting. Taxi fuel, so we can alter that. We can't change the trip fuel, but this interesting. So if we go and look over at, sorry, it's on this screen now, isn't it? Can I just pop the yolks off a second so I can see everything? I just want to acquaint myself with where, oh here we go, fuel quantity is on this screen. So if we were to it hasn't moved those, has it? Do we have to set it somehow? Block fuel, £170 estimated takeoff weight 885, zero fuel weight 77. Yeah, I'm not sure that a lot of this works, but we'll go and see how we get on. Okay, so taxi light on. And shift space sits us up, shift and E will sit us up a little bit further, come off the parking brake. So I've turned the weather mostly off, we've just got few clouds, so we haven't got really much to worry around, or worry about I should say. So let's just shift forwards. I haven't got the head tracking on because it's being a so-and-so at the moment. So I guess we go for this end. I have, just looking at the live stream comments, I have deleted 2020. I'm willing to take the pain to learn how to do everything with the new simulator and to find out where the problems are, and there are numerous problems at the moment. One of the nastiest that I saw this morning is if you go to live weather, it's inextricably linked to live multiplayer as well. So the only way of reliably seeing multiplayer is to have preset weather in the flight conditions of the pre-flight. Okay, let's go and set our... I'll just put the parking brake on, make sure we don't go and roll off the runway. Let's go and set our initial altitude. So we'll set cruise altitude for about 2,500 feet for along the way. We could go for 1,500. We'll see how we could do. Actually, yeah, let's go for 2,000. So 2,000 feet as our general rule of thumb. We've got the GPS up and running. Let's remove or pull the range down. Whoops, wrong way round. So we can see the map over here. We'll also have the map over here, of course, as well. So we can zoom out on that one, and that will show us a pretty good view of what's coming. And I've got a LittleNavMap running in the background as well, so we'll be able to pull out the place names as we go. Knots, 40 knots, 50 knots, and go off this hump and rotate gently, and we're in the air. Show the right side. So I've set the time for 9 o'clock on an August morning with a few cotton wool clouds in the sky, just to make things a little bit easier for ourselves. Just playing around with the elevator trim as we go. So this is... oh, we haven't put the lights on. Let me go and do that. Strobes on. Might as well have landing lights on while we're at low altitude. Put the pitot heat on. Yeah, there are numerous bugs in the simulator at the moment. But no doubt they'll iron them out. Shall I go and take off the flight interface? I want the external camera to not have the HUD. Save, back. That's better. So, going roughly the right direction, but obviously not on the right track. So that's our position on the map. It's interesting that it's a circle and not an aircraft shape. So we'll just go to an intercept angle for the... Yeah, I'm going to pull that down to 1500 feet for the moment on the target for the altitude for the autopilot. So, I'm trying to remember my way around the aeroplane. It's been a while. Heading bug. So we're following the heading bug with backing up with the GPS, so when we get close enough to the track it will switch over to it. So we're coming back in onto the course. And we've got altitude hold on, and there we go, GPS has taken over. Now we're close enough, so the aircraft will slowly bank right, and we can enjoy the scenery along the way. Just out of interest, how fast are we going? Yeah, just over 100 knots, that's fine. So at the moment we are just coming away from Unst and coming down towards Fetlar Airport. So we're not going to stop at all of the airports, but we'll do touch and goes at some of them. So I've been working through the various airliners. No doubt if you're subscribed to my blog, you will have seen email updates from me pushing out procedures. I wrote up the A321 procedure for the Asobo Unibuilds Airbus A321 in Flight Sim 2024 last night, and I looked at it again this morning. It's got a pretty serious bug in it. Well, a couple of them actually. You can't release the parking brakes, so you can't taxi, which sounds hilarious. You also, so if you're starting with Golden Dark, you can't move away from the... Also, because the parking brakes won't release, you can't do pushback. Also, inside the aircraft, they've missed the panel off for TCAS and transponder, so you can't set the transponder or TCAS from inside the aeroplane. So there's all sorts of little bits and pieces like that. They're just, yeah, quite surprising. But then this is such a vast product and it's doing so much. Just to give you some idea, now we've got multiplayer up and running. I was experimenting with my dad this morning, and we both went with a friend Mark to Wickham Air Park in the simulator. And we were doing low passes, messing around with live weather and seeing how it affected it and all the rest of it. And I came whizzing past them as they were parked on the apron, and I kicked dust up and made their airframes wobble around. It was stunning. So as I came whizzing past, they saw, you know, the cloud of dust go shooting by, and the whole physical body of their aeroplane shook. And the sound, apparently, they weren't flying around, I was the one hot-dogging it around the airfield. The sound was just stunning, apparently, you know, the pulse Doppler of me going past. Okay, let's go and come off autopilot then and do a touch and go here, shall we? So I have actually got the head tracking working, but I haven't got it running at the moment. So Alt and 7 will give me head tracking if I run open track in the background, which makes turning in for You can see it's working instantly, look. It just makes it so much easier to look around. It's a little bit jittery though with OpenTrack. It's not as good as using the native Tobii drivers. I ought to squeeze my way forward in the cockpit a little bit, because in a real Cessna you are up against the instruments. They're really pokey little cockpits, really, which makes it then more difficult to see over your shoulder. We have a nice co-pilot with us today. There she is. As I said, real Cessnas are not like a living room. They are pokey little things. So I think I said this was Fetlar, didn't I? The name of the airport. The career mode is fun, but don't expect too much of it. It's very much set up for the gamer crowd, so the barrier to entry is almost non-existent. So what you might call the private pilot license test and all the rest of it doesn't really check anything. It uses Control-E and Shift Control-E to start and stop the aeroplane, for example. So you're not really learning anything other than basic controlling an aeroplane skills, so it's set up for people who've never touched an aeroplane. Bounce and go. So I'm going to have to try and remember the keys now. I think it's Alt and 8 will reset the head tracking. Yeah. So we're off on the next leg. So we want to be... we can follow the HSI to know which way to go. So if we just re-intercept at about 1,500 feet. So you have to press the both left and right mouse buttons to depress the heading knob in the 172 for whatever reason they came up with. So then we can go autopilot, and we go, yeah, the Tobii, the head tracking is a real pain. I'm going to have to go, once it's switched on, the only way of stopping it is to stop it here. It's a bit of a hack at the moment because the Tobii drivers crashed the desktop. So we're in heading mode, and then we'll go nav, so GPS, so it should take us across to it. We're in altitude hold, so we can relax back into our flight and come back off the power a bit. We're going way too fast. Are there any career flights without the guiding boxes in the sky? I don't know. I've only done the first few career flights. So home email saying, how is 2024 after some time? Well, it's only been a few days. There's been a small update already for some of the crash to desktop reasons, but they're still working on it, obviously, flat out. There is an awful lot wrong with it, but there's an awful lot right with it as well. So you get the usual crowd on the internet that just bash everything, that are pretty much trying to say it's the worst piece of software ever invented. Yeah, just don't listen to them. You can see yourself. Under certain circumstances, this is just night and day better than anything you've ever seen before. But a lot of people will tell you, you know, if a particular switch in a particular corner of a particular aeroplane cockpit doesn't work, then it's garbage. If you cherry pick what you find is working and working well, then you won't have any problems. You'll just enjoy the new sim. So inside the cockpit we've got this lovely new tablet, which is quite cool. And you can zoom in and out on it. You can have different layers, so we can show different maps, so we can have the terrain map if we want. I need to go up a bit, don't I, to stop that appearing. So we can have a simplified map. You can program flights in here, and you can do, you know, IFR as well as VFR. You can put your flight level in. You can come in here and put in your flight details for the log. You can put in your payload. You can set your fuel up. You can have a look at navigation log. And there are charts. So if you have got a flight plan that goes through big airports properly with procedures, it's got integration into Lufthansa for their charting. Should we go and put this back on? What am I doing? Let's put it back on satellite. It looks quite pretty. You can hide the tablet if you so wish. So if we go over to it and have a... Whoa, I didn't mean to do that. Let me just switch the autopilot back off. I just pressed the wrong key. I gave it a healthy pull of the yoke. So you can click on the sticker behind the tablet to make it appear or disappear. I think there's a click spot up here as well, somewhere up in the corner of it. Or I thought you could do this. Maybe you can't. Oh, is it the button itself? Yes, it's the button itself. Should have thought of that. Anyway. Hopefully the autopilot has got ourselves back on track again after accidentally pulling the controls. So we're on our way to Echo Golf Papa Mike. If we go and have a look on the map, you can see there's our unintended deviation. So we go towards Scatster at the moment, and we'll have a little look at it, orbit it. So I think the most of the people that are complaining about it are the same people that would complain about anything. There are things wrong with it, and it's a work in progress. But there is an element online that say if this is released as a commercial product, it should be perfect. And I can understand their argument and their frustration. But also what this is trying to achieve is just leagues ahead of anything that's ever come before. Callum's saying, can you switch to HBA instead of... So can you switch to metric instead of imperial? There are some options. So within the settings, you can go into, and I'm probably going to get this wrong, looking for it in the wrong places. Language, you can go in here and do various units of measurement. but also some of the aeroplanes will obviously have their own options. So, I know certainly the big jets have got a tablet usually, and they let you choose themselves as well. But usually within the aircraft controls, it's going to be showing you what, something that's representative of the real aeroplane. So if you start complaining that it doesn't work the way you want, it's probably because it's the way the real thing is. So certainly like in the GNS 530 you can go in and reprogram all of that kind of stuff. Okay, let's come off the autopilot then. And should we go and switch this back on? So start. So we can look around again. I just have to remember that Alt and 8 resets it. So you can press Alt and 8 to reset the head tracking position. You can press Shift and Space to reset your head position within the cockpit. So Alt and 8 will put you in a good place. So we can look around and see where we're wenting. So this is Scatster. So this is all stock scenery. I've got no special stuff in the community folder yet. This is out of the box. So if there are settings in the G1000, for example, then obviously you can set that. So if I press Alt and 8 and then sit up straight, I can see right over the nose, which is really helpful. Just put the flaps down. (2024) is noticeably smoother than 2020. The default airports are much better because they've refined the way the buildings are made, and the materials they are made from have been improved, which means there's some catching up to do now for third-party creators. The physics model is night and day better. Okay, so let's do a right turn onto the next leg. Go and turn off the head tracking again. Like I said, it's a bit of a, I don't know, a hack at the moment to get head tracking working, so it kind of works but not wonderfully. check those lights. They don't appear to be on, but they are. Interesting. So we are headed down towards next waypoint, Echo Golf Echo Tango, which is Tingwall. So we're going over Shetland at the moment. So yeah, I've set this to be October. Should we go and put this on a month so we can see some autumn colours maybe? Do you start to see the trees going yellow, look. If we wanted to go really yellow, we could just push it on a month further. It will do all this live. So if we go September, that's a bit too far. Can you see the colours of the trees changing as we go? It's very cool, isn't it? Let's try moving the time through as well. So the problems with the horizon line showing through hills has gone. That's all been fixed. And you'll notice the windmills are all on independent points in their animation. So they're not all the same as each other. Check the volume, make sure it's okay. So Tingwall is coming up fairly soon. That's interesting to know that the sim runs okay on the Xbox Series S. So what's the big difference then? The Series X has got more RAM, is that correct? Or more GPU RAM, more cores, and obviously an optical drive. But Flight Sim will still run on an Xbox Series S. That's impressive. Because obviously I'm throwing the kitchen sink at it to get it to run and look like this. This is running on a 4090 with 64 gig of RAM and a really, ridiculous hardware alongside that. I have had people asking me if I'm going to switch over to to broadcasting in 4K. I'm thinking about it. I'll have to buy a new monitor. Okay, so here's the airfield. So if we go and jump back inside, press shift and space, and if we start open track, and then press Alt and 8, and then sit up, we can see over the nose. Okay, there's the runway. That sunburst on the polished glass or perspex isn't perfect, is it? It doesn't really help us a lot. Okay, on to the next one. I think the impression of the aircraft being, or the scaling then, of the avatars is much better. It really does give that cramped impression of you being shoulder to shoulder in a GA aeroplane. So we are heading south. Should take us down to Sunborough. So we're going to leave Shetlands behind soon and then go to the Orkneys. I've got the live weather off for anybody that's interested. We've had a huge storm system across the UK, so I've wound it back to friendlier times. So back a few weeks to when the trees were shedding their leaves. So we got some yellow leaves on the trees. Sorry, I'm eating chocolate. I should eat it away from the microphone, really. Yeah, so I wound the clock back to the autumn, or the earlier days of the autumn, and I've set us to a nice friendly weather day in the about 7 in the morning. So yes, you can absolutely go and change the seasons, just looking at the live stream comments there. So to see which side should we look at, there's the trees rolling past. So say we go November. Oh, the time has changed obviously. So let's do that again. November, December. Let's move it to the middle of the day. So we've got 11 o'clock in the morning now. It's December, and you can see the trees. The type of tree influences it as well. January, February, March, April. This probably isn't the best place to look because this looks mostly like conifers. If you look down there, though, you can see some of them have just turned into twigs. There's some, yeah, there's some trees that shed their leaves, look. So we go to May, they're starting to come back. June, July, and the normal trees have all returned. So the evergreen trees obviously keep going. And we're back to August. Obviously it can do snow as well. It's interesting that's not showing. I guess you have to have the weather to suit it. If you haven't got the right temperature range, it's not going to do it. I'll do it very briefly in here then. So we've got it on a few clouds at the moment. Go to broken clouds. And we can go to overcast. And piddling them with rain. Snow, obviously we're too high to see the ground at the moment, but well, you can just about see it below us at the moment, in between the snow clouds. Let's move the clouds out of the way. It's not, oh, there we go. It is settling in. Depends on altitude. So it's measured, or you know, it's done incredibly well. A thunderstorm going on. Don't want to make the airplane smash itself up though. There's a lot more traffic on the roads now than there was previously. You notice it especially in cities, you know, hundreds of cars below you. So the airport's down the end of here, isn't it? Sunborough. If we leave it on 8 in the morning, early in October, which gives us the leaves on the trees. The live weather is always better than the presets. I'm not sure. It's snowing like crazy up in Scotland at the moment, isn't it? But we may be okay. Let's try it just briefly. I have a feeling though if I go live, I'll lose the ability for anybody to see me in the air. Because I think if you go live, unless I do it here. So obviously it's okay. Oh no, there we go. Look. Live weather always looks better because you get all of the layers and all of the density and the fog and the mist. It does everything. You can see the waves are breaking, look, with a bit of wind. So let's go back to not live weather. Let's go to a few clouds. How is the frames per second? I limit it at 30. I have never really... I don't understand people who obsess over the frames per second with anything, really. That's just me. So let's turn the autopilot off. Should we turn the head tracking back on? Aha, so Ian McNabb is saying about the parking brake issue. Are you talking about the big jets? Because I've not had the parking brake issue in anything else. I've now lost sight of the runway. Oh, it's directly below us. Oh, we'll fly out over this island and come back in. I'm busy looking at the live stream chat there and completely lost track of where I was. Slow it down a bit. Those rocks don't look very friendly, do they? Right, someone's written in the comments, have you seen any animals? Not yet. I've not gone looking for them though. So contrary to everybody else who seems to have had all the time in the world to go and play with the sim, I really haven't. The first few nights after it got working, the first opportunity I had to go and even switch it on was after midnight. So since then, I've obviously been playing catch up. But that's an interesting one for me and McNab then. So if the parking brakes get stuck on, left and right rudder with full throttle disengages the parking brake. So Dr. Evans is saying, does anyone have any issues with the 530? I've only flown a few of the airplanes so far, I'm afraid. I've flown this one. Oh, I did have a guy in the plane earlier that had the 530 and it was working fine. I think it was the Optica. But otherwise, I've been looking at the Airbuses and things like that to see if they're okay, and they seem to be, apart from the parking brake issue. Okay, we've got a fairly long crossing now across the water. If I show you on the map, you'll understand. Should we go via Fair Isle? Oops, wrong one. Add. So if we were to go off of our track for a moment, measure. So we want to go 200 degrees magnetic. So let's go and do that on our autopilot. So heading bug mode, and we want .200 magnetic to take us. There's the island over there, look. Just to give us something to look at along the way to make it a bit more interesting. Do we pay landing fees? Absolutely not. That's why simulators are so good. Right, while we're en route to that island, I'm going to go make a quick coffee. I'll be back in a minute. Hello, I'm back. So I'm being asked if we might go and look at the Faroe Islands at some point. I guess what we could do here, I wonder if you can inject so we were after EGPB, going to EGEF. EGEF. And then we would need to come down here and say, send the route to the avionics, and it's changed it. Hurrah! It even remembered the current leg. Very clever. So once we leave Fair Isle, I need to go and do something around the house. So we'll quickly have a look at Fair Isle. So, nav radio brightness, in which aeroplane? In this one, they're obviously fine. Which aeroplane are you talking about? No, sorry, I'm just responding to Jim Bridgman in the live stream comments, is saying that the nav radios are not bright enough. Fair Isle, that's what it says on my screen. So what are my chances of bringing this in? If I go Shift F9, F10, F11 gives you a landing view, doesn't it? F10 is your normal VFR view. Let's turn that off then, go Shift F11. Let's try this view out without head tracking. Presumably that's the airstrip. The raised patch of dirt in the middle of the island. So, just reading the comments there, the 182 is not one of the planes that comes with the sim, isn't it? It's one of the ones from the past version of Flight Sim. So that's probably the reason, is they need to update the aeroplane. I haven't tried out any of the old aircraft yet, I've been only looking at new ones. Okay, so as soon as we got this done, I'm going to get this plane back in the air and then put it on autopilot, and then I have to go and help out with something with my daughter's bedroom, so it won't be long. So yeah, you try out the CRJ has not been updated for the simulator yet. So if you go and drop stuff into community and expect it to work that hasn't been updated, good luck with that. Okay, let's put it back to nav mode, let it climb out to 150, sorry, 1500 feet. Right, I'm going to go and help out with something at home for a few minutes. I'll be back in a bit. I'll leave it on the outside view as we depart from Fair Isle. Okay, I'm back again. Yeah, so just reading through the live stream comments there, all of the old planes will need to be updated for the new sim. It's changed so significantly under the hood. Low fuel. Oh yes, so indeed it is. So we have no way of... Let's have a look through some of these dialogues. That's the control configuration, okay. So is there no way of cheating the fuel while we're in flight anymore? Because even though we said, can we have some extra fuel, it didn't actually affect the aeroplane, did it? So we'll have to get some fuel at the next airfield. Yeah, it looks like we have to go up to our fueling area to put more fuel in. Hopefully the next airfield has fuel. If not, we're not going to go much further. North Ronaldsay is a Sunday. It's not marked on specifically on these maps, is it? We'll find out when we get there. We should have enough fuel to get there. So R will repair and refuel. No, it won't. Just pressed it. Not when you're in flight, anyway. Lee is saying it's going to be shut at weekends. I better get my sleeping bag out then. It is amazing though, isn't it? The steps forward that they've made with this. Very, very cool. My main impression that's a huge improvement is just how cramped the GA cockpits are. Because that's much more accurate. Some of the older planes, it almost seemed like you were in someone's living room. Anyone that's been in a GA plane knows even this is a bit false. It's more like that where you're kind of hunched up against the instruments. It's not like the John Wayne cockpit, which would be like that. So let's see if we can find the fuel bowser at the next airport. If not, we may be in trouble. Always makes me laugh when you watch the old movies from the 40s and 50s, and they go to the in-cockpit scene or shot then, and yeah, it's like they're sitting in a living room. Usually a Hellcat or something, which are a pokey little cockpit where only your head sticks out of. Yeah, in the movie it's like they've got a sofa and a drinks trolley and how we doing? So let's go and have a look. Actually, we could look at the map here, couldn't we? We don't have to rely on LittleNavMap so much anymore. So there's the runway layout. See, this map is ridiculous. Look, you can. It is the scenery from Bing, or the original textures. So you can go right down to ridiculous levels. So we could come straight in, couldn't we? I wonder where the fuel would be though in the sim. Where would they have placed it if they have? Maybe over here. We go and get comfortable and then put the head tracking on. Well, there's someone just come to the door. I may have to overfly the island and turn around and come back. This is the danger whenever I record anything in the day. So there's the airfield. Please let there be a fuel or a refueling rig somewhere. There's one. I can see it. We'll just slam the aeroplane down. So if we go back up the runway, you'll probably see the tyre marks where I just slammed into the runway. Because yes, it does do that now. In fact, that may have been my braking. And that heavier mark there was probably me. Because something else you notice, if I go across the grass, look at me churning up the I have to apologise to the groundsman at the airfield. Right, where's the fuel rig? We need it. He's waiting, he doesn't look happy, does he? So, oi, you! What do you think you're doing? Okay, so how do we get the fuel? I've shut the engine off. Let me stop the head tracking. Maybe you have to turn everything off. Maybe we need to rotate the aeroplane. Nope. Well, this could be a short-lived flight then, shouldn't it? If we can't fill up with fuel. I wonder if you have to do it outside of the sim then these days. Aircraft, pilot book settings. So there doesn't appear to be a way of filling the airplane up. So Dav Advice is saying, are people experiencing longer load times with a new area? Well, that's how the sim works. If you're going somewhere new, it's got to go and load that. It's got to stream it all because it hasn't got any of it on your hard drive anymore. So go to aircraft and performance. Do you mean in here or in the main menu? There is no weight and fuel up here. There's only the tablet now, which has the fueling area. Let me read these comments. Everyone's talking at cross purposes at the moment. In the tab. Which tab? Which screen? It's like when my daughter asks me to do something and she's not in sight and I say, what are you talking about? She said, this one. Do a search for repair and refuel. A search where? On which screen? Aircraft. Performance. Mass and balance. Here it is. Fuel. Finally found it. We're going to fill it right up. So it's hidden away. Okay, this is going to go into a document because no one's ever going to find this. So in the aircraft tab of the tablet, underneath flight performance, inside mass and balance, you can fill the fuel up and put your cargo and everything else in. Okay, good to know. And then we can go back to the flight planner. Okay, so Shift Z, and then we will move ourselves back away from that. Center our view back up. Turn the electric back on. Put the beacon light back on. And the nav light back on. That's interesting. Oh yes, of course you do get this screen on the master battery. We should have had the standby battery armed, by the way. Not that it's simulated properly in this aeroplane yet, but it's there anyway. And we're going to turn the engine over, give it a little bit of throttle. Put the avionics back on, and hopefully it's still got the plan. If it hasn't, we can always download it back in. No, it's still got it. Good. Oh, good point. I've just spotted the comments about loading aircraft. Yeah, they could do with some designers, couldn't they? Some content designers to help them with this, because it's not intuitive at all. Aircraft information, flight performance, mass and balance, fuel, load in aircraft. Okay. Then go back to navigation. And I've pulled up the weather by accident because that was too near the top of the screen. There's going to be, I can see people complaining about this a lot. I'll just have to become selectively deaf, I think. And taxiing is helped a lot by having head tracking, because you can do this. So we're going to go for one stage of flaps and go full throttle. Turn this back off again. We have lots and lots of fuel now, thankfully. Okay, so GPS has picked up the track already. There we go. So next destination on our magical mystery tour is Sunday. Should we open up Navigraph as well, so we've got some extra information to go on if we should need it? So if we unload that, do a new flight, come in here, go to flight plan, copy it to the clipboard, back into Navigraph, paste it in, delete that and press enter, and that will give us our flight plan, or most of it, because Navigraph doesn't have all the airports. So 8 miles over to Sunday. We can put this on VFR. We can hide the dialogues for the moment. So rather than do touch and goes all of these islands, I'm going to let it fly down to Kirkwall, and I'll do a touch and go at Kirkwall. So we'll just see them from overhead for a little while. What was the navigation program I was using? LittleNavMap is this one, which is giving us, oh, should we go and put this in at 1500 feet so we know when we'll have to act. Yeah, saying 4500 feet. The reason for that is because at this point in the route. So this is LittleNavMap, it's free, just search for it on Google. You won't be able to use it with Xbox, but if you've got a PC you can use it for free. You may have problems loading the scenery library though, because I don't think it's compatible with 2024 yet. So it's still got my 2020 scenery library, which is why it knows where the airports are. So you may have trouble. Does X-Plane 12 work? Yes. So LittleNavMap connects to Flight Simulator via SimConnect. So if you go to connect to Flight Simulator, you can see it works with Flight Simulator, X-Plane, and anything that there's various simulators you can get plugins for. I think it requires a plugin for X-Plane as well. But with Flight Simulator it uses SimConnect, so it just works. The same is true of the transmitter program I wrote some time ago. That just works because it uses SimConnect. So no, Navigraph cannot import the Flight Simulator database. It's got its own. But Navigraph have updated their client software, so you can update Flight Simulator 2024 with the Navigraph AirAC data already, which I have done. The reason for doing that is if you're using SimBrief with the big jets to generate yourself an operational flight plan, if you want the nav data to line up perfectly, you'll need the Navigraph data in Flight Simulator. Otherwise you'll go and find out that various SIDs and stars don't exist. Did I already link SimBrief on the 2024 EFB? Has it got SimBrief in here? I didn't know if it had or not. I've not looked. Settings. Ooh. Should we try this out? I'm just going to grab my phone. Sign in as me, authenticate me, approve. So new. So this is the same as before, isn't it? Oh, it's got the same problems as well as if you press backspace in here, it thinks it's for the simulator. And you can't tab either, for the same reason. So you have to click. So our first airport was EGPW to EGHC. This won't like it, by the way, because we're going to do point-to-point navigation like this is never very good. Analyze route. Oh, I haven't put an aircraft type in, have I? C172. And it will forget the route I just done when as soon as I choose the aeroplane, because I'm doing it all backwards. Unknown departure airport. So yes, Simbrief doesn't even know that airport. Okay, let's go for one a bit further down the route then. What was the first big airport? Sumbra. EGPB. And it's done the same trick. You can't press backspace. So there is its suggested route. And we're going to go say no. And we can't press backspace. It's painful, isn't it? There's EGPB. And we're going to have the same thing happen again. Can we drag over? No, we can't drag over either. At least we can. So we're going to have a backspace, which is going to put us in the wrong place, but it pulls that back. Fixor Airway. So it's found tons of airfields are missing, but we'll say generate anyway. And then we get our trip down the country turned into an operational flight plan, which is always going to be fun. It's great, isn't it? It's going to say that there's a huge storm over the south of the UK. You can see it there. Look, there's the centre of it. It's been circling over the UK for the last few days, which is why everybody's sat at home playing with Flight Simulator instead of doing what they should be doing. Aircraft, Navigraph, Flight Planner. Can you move these around? Apparently not. Ah, too many things running now. Rather than hack the simulator, I'm just reading the comment about fixing the backspace issue. Rather than hack the simulator to pieces, I'm just going to wait for them to fix it. They'll know. So what's Fall of a Took saying about? Sorry, I'm just rewinding through all of this. Well, Just seeing about you crowing that you've somehow discovered the SimBrief integration. That was launched before 2024. Everybody had it a few weeks back. So Orion P82 is saying, how many times does it take you to reload 2024? Once. You just reload it and it launches. Sometimes it doesn't close down cleanly and you have to go to Task Manager and get rid of it. Looks like my flaps are down. Nope. They look like they're pointing the right way to me. Okay, Echo Golf Papa Alpha is the next one. So Kirkwall, which we'll go and do a touch and go at. Shift and space. So 4.2 miles to run, and it gives us ETE over here, doesn't it? I'm still thrashing the engine, but it doesn't simulate engine damage, thankfully, on the built-in 172. You can run it flat out all day long, and you won't get any bits of cylinder in the fuel at all. I'm just looking at Foolovertook's message. I think the really interesting thing will be, is there any way of organising these icons? I bet they haven't done that yet. So when you go in here and look at your favourites, oh, you can, they've got hamburgers up here, so you could go, you want Flight Planner first, then Aircraft, then Pilot Book. I can't see any point of having. SimBrief Dispatch might be useful having to have. Oh, you can't drag them yet. Great. So they've put the icon there, but you can't actually rearrange them. Wonderful. I guess you have to delete them and put them back as you want them. But anyway. And look, the Flight Planner has not centered on the aircraft by default. So we're about to go over the top of the airfield. So let's go autopilot off. And we'll press shift and space, and then we're going to get good at hacking things around in this, aren't we, until it's all sorted out. Oh, we got a glitch going on here, look. Just check the flaps. Yep, they're good. Okay, get back onto the track. Turn the head tracking back off so it doesn't annoy you, because it annoys me when it's wandering around all over the place when I'm leaning down to do something or looking towards the Echo Show for the front door ring camera, and you suddenly see me looking through the back of the aeroplane. So here we go again. The next leg takes us over to Flotter Isle and then on towards Wick. So what's the elevation at Wick? I have to go into here, don't I, and turn off editing map, otherwise I can't select things. 126 feet. I know it's on a hill, but I wasn't quite sure. Okay, so this hasn't got flutter in Navigraph, which is one of the discrepancies, look. Interesting. There's someone saying don't crash your airplane. I put it on autopilot before I started looking at other things. So Florian is saying, I was talking about this when I started the live stream earlier. I was writing up the procedure for the 321 last night, and he's saying maybe the old TCAS panel isn't, or maybe it's built into the avionics. I don't think it is. I think they've just missed it. There's no way of influencing TCAS. I will go and have another look at it later, but more seriously, the 321 gets its parking brakes stuck at the moment, so you can't actually start from cold and dark. But apparently as a hack, I've not tried it yet, where you go full throttle and wiggle the rudder and it somehow releases the parking brake. So Rough Landing 77 is commenting about the head tracking being a bit screwy. The reason for it being a bit screwy is Flight Simulator doesn't work with Toby properly yet, with the Toby eye tracker. So I'm having to use OpenTrack, and OpenTrack is nowhere near as good at smoothing out where you are looking. It's awful at it. I started looking at the C-17 last night as well. They've dumbed it down enormously. The one that was in 2020 was very good. It's made by the same people, but they've removed a lot of the functionality from it. So it's been, I guess, it's been simplified to make it more accessible to a wider audience. Let's put it that way. So Dendrift says, please can you show me Vladivostok, but we're doing this flight. I get these requests all the time. I'll be in the middle of doing a flight that I've planned out, and someone will come along and say, I want to go and see this. I will one day. Not today though. Why don't I use the TrackIR software? Because I haven't got TrackIR, is the answer to that. Now, I've got a Toby head tracker. I'm quite willing to wait. When I originally got the Toby, I looked at both TrackIR and the Toby, and the Toby was better at the time. Here's the beacon light's working. You can see it flashing. If I go really close to it, you'll see it. It's just that the way the light was catching it, then you couldn't see it. I've still got my landing lights on. Oh no, I turned the lights off earlier, didn't I? Let's go and sort that out. So if we go back outside. Got landing lights on there. Okay, let's have a look around. How long have we got to go to the next airfield? So we've got a few minutes to cross this stretch of water, and then we'll be at Wick. Then down to Inverness, then along Loch Ness to North Connaught, then Glasgow, and then down through city by city through the UK. So I don't know how far we'll get today, but we'll see. So Jason's asking if I've looked at water landings yet. No, not tried that yet. I wonder if you can accelerate and decelerate the sim rate. Should we go and have a look in the settings? So keyboard controls, sim rate, Alt-R, but they've not mapped anything to increase and decrease it. So, Alt-R plus. 3, 4, 5. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. And the only way of checking this, because they don't show you it, is to go and look at the clock, if there's a clock in the aeroplane. And there it is. Yes, correct. Is there a way I can import my sim brief flight plan into LittleNav? Yeah, it's directly built into LittleNavMap to do it. Go to the file menu and open flight plan from sim brief. You don't have to go downloading it from SimBrief to do it. You can, LittleNavMap can talk straight to SimBrief. So I'm just thinking, if I press tab, I can leave this up in the corner of the screen. Can we make it smaller? I don't think we can we? But at least it shows you where we are. It's a shame. Nearest airports, map settings. Navigation. So what does the wind representation look? Oh, it doesn't. You can't switch it on yet. I was just wondering if you could put labels on the map or not for place names. So Remco is saying you need to have a browser window open when you are already logged into SimBrief. That's not my experience. When you go into open flight plan from SimBrief, you just put your name in there. Because it's public information, it's not secret at all. So this one at the moment, look, it's going to say it's going to complain about it, but it's pulled in the one we did based on this plan. And then you say create and it replaces your existing flight plan. Anyway, we're on our way to Wick, which is just across the water here, across this bay. So if we go Alt-R plus 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 plus, which is 5 times speed, and it's zooming along. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. I don't know if anybody else has noticed yet, you can't remove any of the modules from the simulator yet. So say you've got, for example, I've got the Super Carrier add-on, or Flight Control Replay, or I've forgotten what that one's called, the one where you can do formation flying and stuff. I can't remove them because in the profile you can't remove anything yet. There's no button to remove things. Okay, let's turn the autopilot off. Let's go and do a touch and go here. Go and get this out of the way. We press shift and space and then turn open track back on. Yeah, so I'm quite looking forward to Toby fixing Asobo fixing the connection to Toby devices, because it was working apparently. So Florian is saying, just had a look at the 321, working absolutely fine. I wonder why I couldn't see it then. Sim rate's messed up, isn't it? That seems better. It's going to be the fastest touch and go ever seen. Just out of interest, let's have a look outside. So if we go and... yeah, look, we can leave marks on the tarmac. If I don't try and smash the plane up. We're leaving tyre marks everywhere. Oh, I'm just reading what Alpha Indigo is saying there. I'm using the OpenTrack now, as you can see. So, autopilot on. So the reason I used to have autopilot on my joystick, but I've gone back to just using the in-aircraft controls for it, because I discovered that those buttons have been already pre-mapped for some of the mission content, that was the point I realised not to go and change everything. So I've just relearned. So we're in autopilot GPS mode. The plane should turn left anytime soon. It's doing it, it's gently turning. Let's go and turn off the tracking again. So Crisp is saying, my Toby is working, only the eye track is functioning, the head movement is not. Also, the sim freezes if you try to go into the control settings. Yep, that's the same for everybody. So don't touch the Toby settings. Run OpenTrack at the same time as the sim. So go and install OpenTrack. The input must be UDP over network. The output must be FreeTrack 2 enhanced. The filter must be blank. And in the mapping, sorry, not mapping there, in options, in output, you have to reverse or invert the x-axis. And once you've done that, it will work fine. I found this out by looking in the Toby Discord server. So they had the list of instructions to do exactly what I've just told you. And then as soon as you start it, you can see it works. It's just not as smooth as Toby's own software. So Alpha Indigo is saying yes, world map does cause it loses its mind if head tracking is switched on. It's a bug. It starts spinning wildly. So Alpha Indigo is saying select Toby eye tracker, not UDP. Toby's own support channel said to choose UDP. Now I'm not going to try it on this live stream because it may well go completely berserk. So you're saying just choose Toby eye tracker. Okay, let's find out. No. See, it's gone berserk. If you choose UDP and start, and it works. So One Journey is saying, hi community, how is your life's journey? If this is spam, I am going to ban you. Who thinks One Journey is a robot? I'm opening their channel to go and have a look. It's a spam-filled YouTube channel. So One Journey is saying, I am real, not human, and I also purchase PDF. Human. Anybody who tries to advertise anything in a live stream on any server tends to get blocked and banned instantly. So let's have another look at this. So I chose input Toby and it started jittering wildly. I chose UDP as Toby tell you to in their support channel and it worked. Obviously your results may vary. Let's go and increase the range on this. So we're going down towards Inverness, I think. Slowly. So if we go Alt R plus, 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 plus. That was 5 pluses. And we go zooming across the water. If you use UDP, you don't need the filter. So we're just speeding time up, otherwise we'd be spending an hour trawling across the water here, which wouldn't be fun for anybody to watch at all. So we're going to overfly an airfield here and then go over towards Inverness. It's a tiny little airfield, so we'll not bother with that one. And then we change direction. It's like flat as a navigator, isn't it? We'll speed it up. Oh, the autopilot can't handle it though. So this is Inverness coming up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Do you know, I think it goes too slowly. And I don't think the clock relates to the speed of the sim. I think that looks about right though. Yeah, so that's Loch Ness on the way down there. So I'm not going to engage in conversation about whether the sim should have been updated or released or not, or whether it should have spent longer in testing. You could say by the same token then that we should still be on Windows 3. Or that OS 7 should still be the Mac operating system of choice. Progress is difficult. Attempting software this complicated is extremely difficult. So, I'm being asked, on LittleNavMap, is there a way to see an ETA? Kind of. You can see your ground speed. You can switch it on, so you can see I've got it here, so then you can do the maths in your head. You also get the journey time, and you also, if you switch it on in the list of legs, you can see leg times. And yeah, you say yes, you have got ETA there, look. I think you can do ETE as well. So that was Inverness, we've just flown over. Off towards Loch Ness. So for Loch Ness, I think we'll drop down to 1,000 feet and go by heading navigation. So if we go heading, drop down to 1,000 feet maybe. So we want to go and drop it to 1,000, vertical speed, 500 feet a minute. And we'll line ourselves up with the lock. So we'll turn to 40 degrees. So Mr. Bullseye runs Linux on everything. I've got 2 Raspberry Pis on the desk here running Linux. Okay, so we're seeing the autumn trees beneath us. If we drop down to 500 feet, what's even better, won't we? So let's go 500 feet, vertical speed, 500 feet a minute. Pushing it on the speed and slow us down. I think we might need to climb a little bit. So let's go and roll this back up to 1,000 feet. $500 feet a minute until we get to 1,000. Open the throttle up a little bit. Holding airspeed. So Jason says, what are the aviation laws in the UK? How low can you go? You generally need to clear any significant structures by 1,000 feet. But also your charts will mark out the sectors of what, you know, where you are allowed free access to, but it's generally 1,000 feet above any significant obstacle or structure. And obviously some sectors you're not allowed into, so city centres, that kind of thing. If you look at a sector map of the UK, it ends up looking like a huge patchwork quilt. You can actually see it in LittleNavMap if you turn on the sectors. I think if I go all, I think they're all on anyway. So it gets to be really messy in some places. But they're kind of, this is layered one sector on top of another, which is why you see such a mess. But if you look here, look, it's from 12,000 to 28,000, 19 to 24, there's different rules or different control over that sector. So depending on where you are, you'll have different sectors in play. Look at these ones over here, they're crazy, aren't they? Down here and zoom in, and it's crazy. So if we go on that one, look, Lime Bay, danger. So basically these are firing ranges. We're going to ignore everything to do with them and just admire Loch Ness. So if we go a few degrees to the left, oh, there's one of the tourist boats. If you really want to find out about the sectors and the nightmare that they can become, Steph, I've forgotten his name on YouTube, the Australian pilot guy that was ill last year and is back flying again now. Drury, is it? On his YouTube channel, he did some flights around the UK and was really, focusing in on the air traffic control and radio telephony rules in UK airspace. It was really fascinating. Okay, Loch Ness. Should we put live weather on, see how horrific it really is? Because I know Scotland's being battered by a storm at the moment. It's windy, but it's not actually too bad. If we went real time, it'll already be dark, because it's dark here. The sun's going down, okay. And here comes the cloud back in. Yeah, it's just loading it, look. So then you get your most realistic view of Flight Simulator doing its trick. Yeah, it's very cool, isn't it? Just press comma to fix the altimeter. Obviously we've changed the barometric pressure because of the weather. So we're being buffeted by the wind. If we wanted to, we can go and switch it back to nice pretty weather. So if we go back off of live weather and off of real time, we can say we would like August, and we'll have, let's have the afternoon. We can always change it later on. And for weather, we'll have one of the presets which were in here. We can't do it now. Interesting. Live, turn it off. Have we broken it? It would appear we have. This is always the danger, isn't it, when you start tinkering with things. Yeah, I've broken it. I've now broken the weather, so we're probably going to be stuck with live. Which is fine. There is a bug in it at the moment. So this may curtail our flight. If we get as far as North Connell, this has turned into a bit of a night flight, unfortunately. There is a bug in it at the moment. If you get as far as being on live settings, you can't get back out of it, other than coming out of your flight and going into the flight conditions menu. So you can see there's bits of snow. So as we carry on, if I just wind, I think I can still wind the time back. I can't go for weather presets now though. There's, like I said, there's a bug in it. So if I were to turn this, oh no, it's come back, look. We've got it back. So it's just buggy, that's all. So if we wind the clock back, yeah, if you want to see snow, you can. if you give it a few minutes, and we'll come out of the snowstorm probably, and then you'll be able to see the ground. You can see it over there, look. And if we put the weather radar on over here, you can see when we'll be able to see out of it. No time soon, apparently. We're going to fly through a gap in a few minutes. And then you'll get to see all the lovely white beneath us. Because at the moment you can't see anything except the snow cloud. And we are getting iced up pretty spectacularly, or we should, so we might need to be careful. Does the same trick with rain. There's a gap coming up in the cloud. What's it doing with rain? Let's go for broken cloud for the moment. And fix the altimeter. So the only problem I had there, obviously I'm using presets. If you go somewhere that's supposed to be snowy, and you know, obviously it's live weather, when you put the live weather on, it's going to be as it should be. Let me just turn the aircraft a couple of degrees to the right. So there's a small airfield here, isn't there? Fort something, is it called? Fort William? No, Fort Augustus. Up on the hillside. You can just see it over there, look. But if we go and put this on live, wait for the cloud to appear. There it comes. So further down south towards Edinburgh direction, it snowed over the last few days, so that should be on the ground over there. Obviously it's going to make everybody feel sick because it's going to be swaying around in the turbulence the whole time. So maybe it might be worth saying, okay, not live weather, let's do these ominous dark clouds. So this is running on a 4090. I'm just reading the live stream comments there, just to give you some idea. If we go and open Task Manager and look in the charts, the GPU is not being hit. So 30-40% to do this, what you're seeing. Yeah. CPU is running at 30%. Memory, it's using 30 gig. Plus, usually with memory, it will use as much as it's given, won't it? So it's not a fair comparison. So if you give the Wi-Fi graph a few seconds to level itself out, it's running at about 30 megabits. Oh no, not even that. It's running at a minimal amount. because this is not high quality data at the moment that it's pulling in. So you can see here, look, it's receiving 2 or 3. That's the send is me sending the YouTube stream. So it's coming down about 3 or 4 just over generic scenery. If you go to the Grand Canyon, it's a whole different story. You're talking about hundreds all of a sudden. Yeah, so a 3080 will probably be able to handle just the generic scenery. Where the difference is going to come with a 4090 is the draw distance. I can typically see out to the horizon at ultra level. But I used to have a 3080 and I knew it worked fine. I would have needed more RAM to run 2024. I only had 16 gig. But my daughter's now got that computer and she's busy playing games like Call of Duty on it. So I think people can easily get caught up in frame rate, and rather than just have what's acceptable on the screen and just live with it, which is what I did with the 3080 for a long time. I would just set it to 30 frames a second, VSync on, and 2020 would run in ultra at 1080p. So am I using DLSS or FrameGen? No. I'm using, what's it called, TIA or something? You'd think I would be far more up to speed on these things, wouldn't you? But no, I'm not. I think as soon as you start obsessing over frame rates, it will ruin some of the enjoyment of just messing around in the simulator. Rather than just set it to an acceptable frame rate that you're happy with and go and enjoy flying around, rather than thinking, oh, what frame rate am I, or whatever. The huge deal with this sim, with 2024 over 2020, is where they've reprogrammed it to be multi-threaded and to use more cores. It doesn't stutter when it's loading assets on approach to airfields anymore. So that is a huge change. So when the aircraft or the buildings are being loaded in, it doesn't affect the frame rate at all. I think the best bet to try out 2024, if you're worried, is to just go and get Game Pass for a month and install it via that. You need about 30 gig free on your hard drive, or storage I should say. Hard drives are a thing of the past, aren't they? It tends to want to install it on C drive as far as I recall. You don't get much choice over that. So I'm not sure in Task Manager if it shows you CPU details per thread. What about Specky? Would that do it? I know something like HW Info would probably do it, but I've not got it installed. Here we go. So there's the CPU threads. Oh, it doesn't really show stress level though, does it? It's just showing temperatures. What about graphics? Yeah, it doesn't do it for that either. So you'd have to go and run some of those external utilities to see that sort of information. Should we brighten this up a little bit? Make it a bit prettier for those watching. So we get some trees with leaves on and some fluffy clouds. I started saving for the computer to run 2024 about 6 months ago. Started putting money to one side, and I will be paying for this computer for the next 6 months. So I broke the payments over a long time. The interesting thing about the new trees is, yes, they look amazing when you're right next to them, but from a distance they don't look so different. Okay, let's go and have a look at the map and find out what we're going to do to get to North Connell, so we can just follow the estuary, I guess. We could go through the hills. Is there an easy way? So if we were to come in through Ashen T, you end up having to climb though, whichever way you go. So we'll just take the easy route. So we come out to here. We're doing on the map in the aeroplane. It's much nicer having this tablet, isn't it? And the fact that you can push and pull from the avionics to the tablet, but not on every aeroplane, only the ones that support it. So we can plan in here and send it to the avionics, or we can do it in the avionics and request it back into the tablet, as long as the aeroplane supports the API, I guess. Okay, so Austin says, hello, Captain. Hardly a captain, but thank you very much. We're just taking a lazy trip across Scotland at the moment. So we're just coming to the end of Loch Ness. And we're going out. What's this actual bay called? Must have a proper name. Loch Ness. That's probably not how you pronounce it. So 2024 is, yeah, it's much better than the naysayers would have you believe. It does have lots of bugs, but it's good. And as you can see, the graphics are out of this world. And this is all just, you know, AI generated terrain. There's no specialist stuff here. How are we doing for fuel? Just under half a tank left. Could lean it out, couldn't we? Starve the engine a little bit, but make ourselves go further. She's not very talkative, is she? So if we pull up ATC and we say Com1, tune Scottish Centre, request flight following.
Scottish Centre Cessna Golf, Juliet Zulu Romeo Whiskey is type Cessna Skyhawk 13 miles northwest of Echo Golf X-Ray Oscar, Kilo 1,000 feet. Request flight following. Cessna Zulu Romeo Whiskey acknowledge last transmission. Squawk 256 tree, Cessna Zulu Romeo Whiskey. Cessna Zulu Romeo Whiskey radar, contact 13 miles northwest of Echo Golf X-Ray Oscar, Kilo 1,000 feet. QNH 101 tree. Roger Cessna Zulu Romeo Whiskey.
So Austin says he heard you can get out of the aircraft and walk around. Yes, you can. You can also do skydiving. But yes, on the ground on any of the aircraft, if you start on a parking spot or at a gate, you start off on the ground near the aircraft, and you can walk around, pulling the chocks out, removing covers from the pitot tubes, that kind of stuff. Removing engine covers. It's good fun. So LittleNavMap will, I'll show you while we're just busy flying along here without much to look at. In LittleNavMap it has this concept of aircraft performance, which again is entirely optional, you don't have to use it. While you are flying, you can, so what you would do is restart aircraft performance collection, and then while you are flying, it's always gathering information on the aeroplane about climb rate, descent rate, fuel burn, you know, and fuel burn in those phases as well, average speeds. And then once you've collected information for a while on a given aircraft, you can create an aircraft performance profile, and you can merge the collected data into that profile and then save it. So then when you're in a particular airplane, you can see at the moment this thinks I'm in a 747, but if I go and open a Cessna 172, it will now have all of the data in the performance file for the Cessna. You can see it's complaining about the fuel to do with the performance. But the reason for doing it is then, as you can see, it's a bit of a mess here today on this, but once it knows the parameters of the aircraft, it can mark onto your plan top of climb, top of descent, that kind of thing. So when we look at this towards the end, you'll probably see it. Yeah, look, it's done top of descent for that. So if we put in, say, 7,500 feet for our projected, so it's worked out how far away for a typical descent rate for this aircraft. So if I put 1,500 feet in, it will obviously change it. Notice it's also showing in LittleNavMap directly underneath where you are. If it can't always do it, but we can see there we are at the moment. We're at 1,000 feet, and you can see there's a circle on the map as I move along. So this is a cross section of the ground underneath the flight plan. So it's a nice easy way of seeing what your minimum altitudes are, and that's what the red line is, obviously. So based on your plan is what should your cruise altitude be to avoid any obstructions along the way. So it's really, really nice piece of software. Gives you lots and lots of things to play with. So at the moment you won't be able to update the database in LittleNavMap because it doesn't know about 2024 yet. I'm sure there will be an update before too long. If you go into About LittleNavMap, you can find the link to the homepage on the internet, and I'm sure the author is probably getting absolutely deluged with people asking about it. It's a one person wrote LittleNavMap. So Alex is his name. So
611 climb and maintain flight level tree 60.
He's been working on it for many years now. It is very, very good.
Climb and maintain flight level tree 60 KLM 611.
We're going to edge our way around the hills. Should come back up to 1,500 feet. Vertical speed 500 feet a minute. Open the throttle. But yeah, sorry, I didn't point this out earlier. The other benefit of the performance profile on the aircraft is it will give you accurate leg times and so on, and fuel burn. So you can see at the moment that you can see exactly where we're going to get to with any fuel left. So we might actually do it in one go. If we were if we were flying to a lean fuel plan.
Descend and maintain flight level 400 Lufthansa 459er.
There's a KLM behind us. There's the Lufthansa. It's just coming in behind us. So that's who the ATC is talking to. It's nice to see these other toys we now have in the sim to be able to to see where we are. So we're just coming round towards North Connell. So ideally we want to turn to 187 degrees. It's about there. I guess we could do some radio navigation on the way down to Glasgow. So what range do we get on the Glasgow VOR? 200 miles, so that's great. So once we've had a look at North Connell, it's the other side of this hill, isn't it? Just looking at this, look, there's the hill in our way, and it's right behind it. So if we skim this hill to the left, so let's come off the autopilot. And we'll swing out to one side of the hill so we can actually see what's going on. Some boats. So if we go and turn open track back on, so just out of interest, if we stop open track for a moment, and what they were saying earlier is if we put Tobii Eye Tracker on and then choose a filter and then start, that's okay, it's not too juddery. What about this filter? Let's try each one out. That's rubbish. What about the Hamilton filter? That's really jittery. Kalman. That's not too bad, but it's reversing position. Natural movement. Again, it's almost like you're leaning your head backwards as you turn it. And that's all been done by the natural movement, which is really odd. We'll try it for a while. So there's the airfield. So if I press Shift and Space and then Alt and 8, wasn't it, to reset this? There's no way we're going to slow down in time. Let's go left pan around North Connell. Yeah, this filter has filtered out the left and right movement. I'll try a different one in a moment. I can't look behind me. Which is a real hindrance when you're trying to do a Spitfire approach.
500.
Okay, once we get this sorted out, we'll have a look and see what we can do with the map. Sorry, with the filter. And see if we can make open track livable. Nav, not heading mode, and we want to set vertical speed. Say 500 feet would be a minute will be fine to get to 2,500 feet. So it's just centering itself up onto the GPS track, and we'll pull the throttle back so we don't blow. Well, we can't blow the engine in this version of the Cessna. We should be about 2,500. In the climb for maximum.
Logan 475 descend and maintain 3,500 feet.
You can make those text descriptions disappear so you only hear it over the radio. What are we doing?
Descend and maintain 3,500 feet, Logan 475.
So if we turn... Let's try this one again on Acceler. Yeah, they're all terrible at being able to turn your head more than you should. But that's going to be down to mapping. That's translation then. So that's your max output. It's already on max. Yeah, it just doesn't work correctly. That's the problem at the moment. So you're better off having this on input as UDP, output as free track 2 enhanced, and filter as none, and start. And then I can actually see around as far as I need to. Just have to be careful about keeping my head steady, because it will get very jittery, and it doesn't have that problem where it resets your head position backwards. Anyway, for the moment, we don't need it, because we're on autopilot. So W3AK is asking whether they should go and get 2024 or stick with 2020 for the moment. It's up to you. I personally would put up with the bugs and go with the new one, because that's where all of the focus for development is going to be. Okay, so we're heading off across the hills from North Connaught towards Glasgow. So what height do we need to be at? I commanded 2,500 feet, which is going to be fine then to get us to Glasgow. That's fine. Okay, so let's put that into here so we can see it marked on the map. So we're at the cruise altitude, which will just get us through these hills without hitting anything, hopefully. Should we go for live weather again, see if it's improved at all. It will update in a moment. Get ready. Wallop. Obviously, real time is going to be a different story. So yeah, we're dark looking. So let's take real time off. Inside the aeroplane, we need to fix the barometer because we just changed the weather 10 times on it. So what do we got? A 53 knot wind. Yeah, we're not going to. We'll turn the live weather off. Whoops, wrong key. We'll turn the live weather off. That's no fun at all in a Cessna, trying to deal with winds that are the speed of the aeroplane. Let's put the weather in the middle of the day as well, the time I should say. 10 in the morning. Okay. So it's gone back to obviously today, so the trees have been battered by the winter arriving and are looking a bit the worse for wear down there. Should we wind the time back into last month when we still had some leaves on the trees? Yeah, September. There we go. Phoenix 2024 update is out. Oh, there's something for me to look at later tonight then. I'll have to go back and rewrite my instructions for all of the views.
United Tree 7 climb and maintain flight level tree 60.
Should we go and stop or detune the radio? So if we go inside.
Climb and maintain flight level tree 6.
And shut him up. I shouldn't laugh. Actually, we ought to have it on because we're supposed to be flight following, aren't we? How are we doing for fuel? I think to look for a little while. We're about a quarter of a tank. Okay. Can we do this in the air? Because we saw it earlier, didn't we? So if we go into the aircraft section, flight performance, mass and balance. Load in aircraft. It says successful. Oh my word, we can. Well, that changes the game, doesn't it? In-flight refueling in a Cessna. And backspace. Yeah, so if the Phoenix is updated, kudos to them for getting it out so quickly. That will very rapidly become the most popular tube liner in the game, then I imagine. Especially if it works reliably with doing things like releasing the parking brake. I could probably install it while this is running, but I'm not going to dare. I can go and download it though, can't I? So if I go to, while this is running in the background, my accounts, download the Phoenix installer, and let's see what it tells us. Bear with me. I'm a bit bored now of this ridiculous design system on their page where they hide the login link if your screen isn't big enough. Oh, an error has occurred. Why was that? Phoenix Sim. Copy. There it is. Whoa, there's a lot of changes then. Working wipers on my web. Sounds interesting, doesn't it? They've got the A319 and A321 working as well. Awesome. So Lee Oddy is saying, I can say one thing, Shetland doesn't have any trees at all. So we'll get the Phoenix installed later. So Thomas is saying, hello John, how do I land my Cessna on Xbox? Now, do you mean how do I land my Cessna on an Xbox, or do I land my Cessna on an Xbox? Sorry, I'm just being facetious. Without knowing anything about your kit or what you're doing or watching you do it, it's incredibly difficult to say. We're just going to dip into this cloud, aren't we, unless we descend in a hurry. We're threading a needle between the hilltops and the cloud base. Let's go down to 2200 maybe, or 2300. So vertical speed, bring us down. Where are we actually heading? Let's go and have a look at the map. So we want to fly along this loch to get to Glasgow. So this stretch of water here, isn't it? So let's go and turn the autopilot off. Let's do some hand flying for a bit. And descend. I want to keep the indicated airspeed in view because I don't want to rip the aeroplane to pieces. So Thomas is saying, I've got a controller, do you cut power near the runway? So the question for me to ask here, so I don't patronise you at all, Thomas, is do you have any knowledge of flying aeroplanes in the past? Either real world or in a simulator? Because the trick to landing an aeroplane on a runway is really to be flying along the runway direction and getting to a speed where the aeroplane can't fly anymore, but doing it in a safe manner. That is essentially what landing is getting the aeroplane just above the runway and slow enough that it can't fly anymore, so it sinks. They use the word sink, so it falls to the runway. And so yes, you cut power, but you do it in a judged manner, so the wings are no longer working. They can no longer support the weight of the aeroplane at the speed you're flying at. So obviously as you get slower, there's less air going over the wing, therefore the wings don't generate lift anymore, or enough lift to balance the weight of the aeroplane. So flaps is a different story. The reason for flaps, if we go and have a look outside. So you can see I'm flying along here quite happily, and I don't need flaps because of the speed I'm travelling at. If I was to slow down, I will have to start feeding in more and more elevator to lift the nose up to stop myself sinking into the floor. To generate more lift with the wing, you can use the flaps. So you can see I'm doing it now. So it will angle the air coming in downwards, forcing the aeroplane upwards, which works wonderfully. It means you can fly more slowly. So flaps are about being able to fly more slowly. But the penalty of doing that, excuse me, the penalty of using flaps is you've got far more drag, so you have to increase the throttle, which sounds counterintuitive, to stop the aeroplane from slowing down any more than you want it to. So dropping the flaps will induce lots of drag. So you can see it now, look, I've gone full flaps, so you've got these big barn doors in the way of the airflow.
Climb and maintain flight level tree 80.
So as soon as I raise the flaps, I have to get speed quickly.
Climb and maintain flight level tree 80.
In order for the wing to still work without the flaps, it needs airflow.
Air Canada 841 climb and maintain flight level tree 80.
Slow flight with full flaps. Yeah, of course we can. And because the physics engine is so good in this now, we can show it really easily. So what we're looking at here is airspeed here, indicated airspeed on the left side. You've got altitude on the right side, and you've got vertical speed on this instrument shown as a number. So if I pull up, it will start showing 1,000 feet a minute level, and then if I descend, you can see 1,000 feet a minute downwards. So if we go and pull the throttle back, you can see with no power, the aeroplane will slow down. And you'll notice I'm going to have to slowly, here's my pitch, as we slow down, the aeroplane will start to sink. So to maintain no downward trajectory, I'm having to lift the nose gently. And we'll get to the point where we can't anymore and the wings don't work anymore, and that's called a stall. Like that. So you can give it just enough power to hold you out of the stall in level flight. Yeah, so you can see I'm actually like nearly 7.5 degrees nose up. Just holding it on the power is slowly decelerating. If I give it a little bit more power, so it's about balancing forces. So if we go to flaps, you can see I'm suddenly generating a lot of lift. So if we turn away from this land over the water so we don't have any surprises. So notice our speed we can fly at now is a lot slower. We can get down to 40 knots in level flight. Let me just balance that out. So that's right on the limit. It's about 40 knots instead of 50 with flaps. Of course, if you go and try and bank the aircraft while you're in such a precarious position, one wing will stall and tuck underneath the aeroplane, typically. And the reason, it will be the inside wing of the turn that goes. The reason for that is the outside wings going around the outside of the corner is going faster than the inside wing through the air. So the inside wing will fall and tuck underneath the aeroplane, and then you spiral straight into the floor. So I'm going to speed straight back up, so open the throttle, can drop the nose, and then we can lift the flaps and off we go again. This is making it a bit more fun, isn't it, doing a bit of a flying lesson. So no, I wasn't in time acceleration or deceleration, I'm just... Or am I? This is a good question. No, I think that's the maximum... Is that the maximum roll rate? There's no way of knowing if I still have time acceleration or deceleration, is there? If I go Alt-R plus... No, that's silly. So Alt-R minus, it was accurate. It felt about right. The nice thing about the new sim is, as everybody has seen, if we can find a nice flat grassy field, we could go and land in it. I'm not going to try in a ploughed field because we'll smash the plane up. If we can find a nice grassy flat field though, or an area alongside the river maybe. We're still going the right direction, aren't we? Yeah. Way. So Glasgow is just further up the estuary. I'm looking for a good candidate field to go land, to show you some of this scenery up close, because it is spectacular when you get close to it. Let's just go and have a scoot through some of these fields to show you it. At the same time, we'll put open track on. Just get comfortable.
500.
It's a castle. Obviously a piece of custom scenery. So anybody who knows this area, we're just northwest of Glasgow. So I have no idea what this building is, but it's a custom piece of scenery. So you can see it started to draw in the long grass. Yeah, I don't fancy trying to land on this long grass because you can't see the lumps under it. Yeah, the seconds are normal. I'm just looking at live stream comments there. So flaps are back up, and we're back. I'm still looking out for somewhere that's flat ahead of the runway we get to, so we can get out and have a walk around to satisfy the curiosity of those that have been asking about walking around. Ah, what's this area alongside the river here? Looks a bit bumpy. Let's have a close look at it before we come back, potentially, and try and land on it. I think we'd end up going head over tail because it's so bumpy. You want a nice pasture field, don't you, really? But you can see what they mean about the detail in the sim now. It's ridiculous. Of course, this is going to be photogrammetry, I guess, in Glasgow. I'm not sure. Have they done Glasgow with photogrammetry? We'll find out in a moment, won't we? It's a golf course down there, look. What was it Mark Twain said? Golf is a good walk ruined. I kind of agree with him. How did I get Track IR to work? I'm not using Track IR. I'm using Tobii Head Tracker, and I'm using the OpenTrack software, which doesn't cause problems with the sim. So Tobii are working with the Sobo to fix the Tobii Eye Tracker, which is what I've got.
Tree 74 traffic alert. 8 o'clock less than 1 mile flight. Level tree 40 generic. Report them in sight. Delta 161 climb and maintain flight level tree 80. Air France tree 74 climb and maintain flight level tree 90.
It's just the airfield over here.
Climb and maintain flight level tree 80 Delta 161.
I think it is. So let's explain landing to the guy with his Xbox. So if I do left pattern, all I mean by left pattern is I'm going to turn So I'm going alongside the airfield, so I'll be turning left towards the runway.
Have the generic in sight.
So you're looking to fly
Delta 161 traffic in sight.
parallel to the runway, so you can judge everything. Usually you're looking for about 1,000 feet above the runway.
468 descend and maintain flight level tree 50.
And then when you turn downwind, we're a lot closer than we should be really, but when you turn back towards, so 90 degrees left in this case, you will then start descending. But we extend out in this direction until the runway is kind of off the back corner of the aeroplane. This is hard to explain in layman's terms. So we're at 1,000 feet, but that's above sea level, not above ground level, but it'll do. So we're looking for that runway to be a bit further away than that, but we can descend early, it won't hurt. So we're looking to manage speed now and turn left.
Delta 87, you are 4,000 feet above your assigned altitude.
So
Descend
start
and maintain flight level tree 20.
Start with the flaps. So the big runways have got 4 lights alongside them, they're called PAPI lights. So 4 white lights means I'm too high.
And maintain flight level
So if I
tree 20
descend, so I pull the throttle
Delta
back
87.
and descend, you'll see them start to colour in red. You want 2 whites and 2 reds, which means you're on the appropriate glide path. So I'm still a little bit high. There's 2 whites and 2 reds. Okay, so if I was to lift the nose, we're going 3 whites, 4 whites. If I drop down to the floor, you can see 2 reds, 3 reds. So I'm too low. So if I level out again, okay, so we're coming in about the right angle. You're looking to hit the ground, ideally on the big jets, on these white markers. So I'll just coast along the runway to show this. So landing, you're going to hold the aeroplane off the runway using the elevators until the aeroplane doesn't fly anymore. If you judge it right, you do it so the aeroplane loses lift just and goes to stall just as you touch the floor. So I'm going to raise the flaps, go flat out, engine, get back to flying speed and then gently pull up and we're back in the air again. So hopefully that was understandable.
Delta 221 climb and maintain flight level 400.
This is not a normal manoeuvre, by the way.
Climb and maintain flight level 400, Delta 221.
You can switch off those text notifications, by the way. I'm not going to look for it right now. So we are looking to go this away. Autopilot's on. Let's turn the head tracking back off because it's being a pain. And we're in altitude hold. It's looking to go up to 2,300 feet though before it will actually hold. So we want to go to probably 1,000 feet just to fly over everything and have a nice look around. So we'll target 1,000 feet on the altitude. It's flashing because we are approaching it. So you'll see it capture. It may say even Alt-S depending on which mode you're in. So Is it going to drop the nose? No. Okay. Let's put it into vertical speed. And it's going to chase it back down. And we can come off the throttle. So yeah, they've got photogrammetry here. You can see by the quality of the housing. It's very good photogrammetry as well by the look of it. Go inside the aeroplane, and if we go, just trying to think, if we scoot over to the corner of the cockpit, then we can look down at the scenery going by. That looks like some sort of famous monument that we should know what that is. Some sort of clock tower in a park. So the Glasgow city centre is off to that side of us. So if we scoot over and say excuse me to the co-pilot. Can I tune a VOR? Of course I can. So let's press shift and space. So we'll need to go to heading mode for a moment. So
27, you are 28 miles
there's
southeast.
a VOR.
Descend and maintain 6,900 feet.
We've got the
Expect
Glasgow
exit
one
IL
behind
runway
us.
23
There you
approach.
go. Look, there's one over here on the hills.
Ryanair 56,
Range
700
120
climb,
miles.
and
The
maintain
Teller
flight level tree 60.
VOR. Okay, 11380. So what we'll do before, because we're using GPS to track at the moment,
Delta 7 tree
we're
climb,
going to
and
censor the heading
maintain
bug
flight
up
level
on
tree
our direction of
80.
travel and put the autopilot into heading mode, and then we are free to change everything. So we want to go and tune in the
Climb and maintain
VOR
flight level
11380.
60, Ryanair 5,
So
679.
11380 on the standby frequency, switch it to active, but notice this hasn't done anything. Can I just go and switch off these stupid enunciations? Or I could just detune the comm radio, couldn't I? Be easier.
900 feet. Tower on 1.
Right, we've shut him up. So we've got the frequency tuned in. We need to go and change the CDI mode to VOR1, so it's using NAV1 on the HSI, the horizontal situation indicator. So then we can change the course. So course is the triangular knob over here. So when we spin it round, you can see it's got the code up there, so TLA. So as we spin this around, when it's pointing straight at the VOR, it was about 90 degrees to our right, wasn't it? When it's pointing straight at it, there we go, the course deviation indicator comes in. So that means the VOR is exactly that bearing off of our nose. We can also go in PDF options and pull up distance measuring equipment and show that on the screen. So it shows the NAV1 tuned VOR station is 35 miles in that direction. So I imagine the thing you forgot to do is to change the CDI mode. So on the main screen on the soft keys, it's directly underneath the HSI, the CDI mode. Obviously if I switch back to GPS now, it will show my track relative to the GPS plot, and it will lose. The DME will still work, but I'll lose the needle showing me where I am relative to the VOR. So if I change the course, look, I can see that's the direction of the VOR from us now, 34 miles off, over there somewhere. So back to GPS, and then the nav mode obviously on the autopilot will reflect whatever the CDI mode is. So we could fly, the autopilot will fly, you know, radials that you choose. I was going to go and land in a field, wasn't I? Now we've got some nice freshly cut farmers fields. We could try it and show you a walk around in a field. So let's go and turn the autopilot off. Hopefully not one with pylons in, eh? I probably need to have head tracking on to do this.
500.
Just looking for a nice big field nearby. I'm going to have to go and press Alt and 8 to straighten this up. It drifted alarmingly. So it loses track of where your face is pointing over time, which is why you can have a key to reset it. What did I say about pylons? Just when you don't want any around, there they are. Saying, come on, come and hit us. Is this the graveyard down here? Is that a bit of a hint about trying to land in the fields? Looks like a graveyard, doesn't it? I want a nice long flat field. Is this an ex-airstrip here? This will do actually. Whether we can slow down enough is another question. No, wouldn't allow it. So I wonder why. Because we came in nice and gently, and I have landed in more dangerous places than that. How interesting. Maybe it just doesn't like you landing on cut up ground. You have to have on short grass. That's where we tried to land, look. Anyway. Let's go back the direction we were supposed to be going. So this is something else if you weren't aware. We've got heading mode, also GPS. In other words, the CDI is too far away for it to capture and follow it. So it's favouring heading mode. So we give it a heading that's on an intercept course with the track. So you'll see the CDI come in, and this will switch to GPS when it's close enough. So if we just watch it for a few moments. Obviously we could tell it to go at a tighter angle, so as, you know, more of an intercept. Let's just have a look outside, make sure we're not going to hit anything. So you'll see this switch to GPS when it gets close enough. It's usually when it's inside the first dot. There it goes. So it's going to go even more strongly. Look, can go for about a 45-degree intercept onto the course, and then it will swing back. Right, let's go and set this altitude. And to do it, I'm going to go and stop head tracking again because it's being a pain. So we've told it to climb to 2,000 feet at 700 feet a minute. It's flashing because it's within 1,000 feet of where we are. It's just to get our attention. We've ended up with loads of stuff running, haven't we? Let's go and close a few things down. That's probably all we need. We go and look at the map. Yeah, that was where we put it in a field. Or tried to. You obviously need good ground to land on, otherwise it just smashes the plane up. It's like landing in a ploughed field, it's going to rip the wheels off. See, there's an Emirates plane coming in to land at Glasgow. What is it actually? Can we find out? It's an A380. We are going to go into this cloud base, aren't we, if we're not careful. So we drop down to 1500. So being on a fairground ride, isn't it? So we are heading towards Edinburgh. So we're going to see the Forth Bridge. So this is the Firth of Forth, this stretch of water. Actually, are we in the right kind of ballpark to go see the... Oh, they're up near Stirling. Where are the Kelpies? I'm not sure where they are. Oh, no, they're marked on the map. So we need to go directly north of where we are now. Okay, let's turn the autopilot off. Let's see if we can go find them. We'll probably finish at Edinburgh for today, by the way, because I'm getting tired. So, directly north. Keep an eye out for two giant horse heads. So there's a huge sculpture up here of two giant horse heads. We might even be able to land near it if we're careful. If we don't land in a farmer's field. Let's have a check on the map. So it's just by on the outskirts, so between Falkirk and Grangemouth. Okay. I think the field I happened to try and put the plane down in wasn't very well modelled, so you're better off going for short grass if you're going to try and go for an emergency landing anywhere. How are we doing on the map? We're going roughly the right direction. We should see them from a little way out. They're quite big. Well, big if you're on the ground stood next to them, not so big if you're in an aeroplane travelling towards them at over 100 miles an hour. this then? I'm trying to remember what I'm looking for. Or is my eyesight defeating me? No, I think this is it. Yep, it is. So this is a time when we want the head tracking, please.
500.
Oh, look at the pylon next to it. Great. And there's no way you could park around here, I guess. Unless we can get into this field and then walk. Should we try it? If I go to the far end of the field, and we'll try and walk up to the kelpies on foot. That'd be quite good fun, actually. So we'll just come out to this far end of the field. We're just above stall speed at the moment, max flaps. Will it let us? Nope. Trouble is, we're going to tuck under every time because it's not a smooth surface. It's going to dig in. What we could do, I'm going to put us into slew and set us down near it. So if we go shift, let's get the airplane fairly level.
Pull up. 500.
Just trying to get us somewhere where we're not overlapping anything. Right. So you were asking about walking around in the sim. Let me stop the tracking. If we press Shift and C, and then press backspace, we can see ourselves. Yeah, the airplane unfortunately is hovering, but we'll put up with that. And we are hovering as well, a small amount. So it's not perfect, but it's better than nothing. It's good fun, isn't it? You can obviously... You could go first person perspective. Oh, is that as far as I can go? Nope. I'm hitting some sort of bounding box here. Still pretty cool though, isn't it? So you can't walk that far away from your aeroplane, even if it is hovering. So if we get back into our magically hovering aeroplane, go back to slew mode, lift ourselves back into the air, and let's go back towards Edinburgh, which is where we were heading. So we're just using slew at the moment, and then shift, wait for the landscape to catch up. Here it comes, shift Z. So the bridges, the old and the new. Like one of the AI boats has gone rogue over there. So if we go down towards Edinburgh. Doing on fuel, quarter of a tank. Of course, we know we can magically fill the airplane up now, so it's not such of a concern. We're just coming in towards Holyrood Park, which is where the castle is, isn't it? Craig Miller Castle and Fort Kinnaird. It helps if you control the aeroplane. I'm not sure, has Edinburgh had photogrammetry done? I can't remember. Yeah, this is photogrammetry, and it's very good photogrammetry by the look of it. Church. The old city look. You see the outside wall and the. It's very cool, isn't it? You can see the structure of the city once you get to the middle. It's very cool. Castle. It's a shame they haven't got photogrammetry for that bit there. It seems to all break down. It breaks the illusion, doesn't it? So Jim, we are in Edinburgh. We're just flying around some of the more picturesque bits of the city. Holyrood Park, this is called. And we are heading south. So I'm going to go and have a bit of a rest. So I'm going to go and put this on autopilot and let it fly itself for a while. So the CDI is just coming in for the next leg. We're on an intercept course. So it's doing pitch hold on the autopilot and heading hold while we watch the CDI come in. And we'll go and centre this up on ourselves. There we go. Zoom out a bit. So it's going to fly out over quite a flat area actually. So 1500 feet, there we go. It's captured it. And we should be close enough to go nav mode. So it will capture when the CDI is close enough, as we saw earlier. So it should have captured by now. Is it going to do it? Interesting. It didn't capture. It has now. I think our angle in. Whoa! I've not seen it do that before. It's almost like the gyro was off. It takes me back to old aeroplanes where the autopilot gyros could be massively out of touch with the aeroplane. It's just correcting itself, look. Yeah, it's just fixing it now. So we're going airfield hopping on the way down towards Newcastle. On the way, I'm going to use our magic trick to fill the fuel up. So we go to the aircraft tab and we'll fill the tanks right back up. And there we go. We probably want to put the map back on, don't we? Okay, I'm going to go stretch my legs for a few minutes while we are flying across this part of Scotland. I'm going to lift us up to 2,500 feet as well, because yeah, you can see there's some hills that are the same sort of height that we're going to be at. So I'm going to put another 1,000 feet on the target altitude, go vertical speed to get there, climb, oops, wrong way. It helps if you climb instead of descend. Climb at 500 feet a minute. And I'll leave this outside to enjoy the scenery. We might take the weather back away to a few clouds though, otherwise it might not be such a nice view. So I need to put some more power on, don't I? I just thought of that. Wait till we get to 2,500, then I'll make sure the aeroplane's safe, and then we'll let it carry on to Newcastle. Quite a long way so far, haven't we? Right, I'm going to have a break for a bit. I'll be back in a few minutes. Whoa, I'm back. Okay, what happened to the weather? Okay, we're just entering a cloud. So we're coming down towards the next airfield and then we'll turn south for Newcastle. Should we have a look at the current weather? So if we were to go live weather, wait for the clouds to load, give it a chance, it won't be blue sky. There's no way. Unless hell's frozen over. Maybe it is. Or maybe the sim's lost its mind. Here comes the airfield, and then we turn south towards Newcastle. I'm back in a few minutes. I missed out on Newcastle. No. I'm going to have to do a U-turn, I'm afraid. Right. Let's do a spectacular bit of flying here and go reverse direction. And go and look at Newcastle before we go on, because it's worth a look. Hoping to eat and get chores done before I came back, but obviously not, so we're just heading back up the Tyne quickly to have a look at Newcastle. Let's have a look on the map and see where the airport is in relation to the city. So yeah, we're not going all the way back to the airport, we're just coming back here. That was a very neat turn I did there, wasn't it? The wonders of guided navigation. How is everything doing on the sim? It sounds okay. Clouds don't exactly look very realistic, do we? Should we go and try real weather again? Obviously it's going to be out of time though, because what's the wind doing? Oh my word. Oh my word. So we've got 53 knot wind. Yeah, we're not going to be using live weather then. No wonder it was struggling. Let's go for a few clouds and drop ourselves beneath the cloud level maybe. So turn the autopilot off. And fly up the Tyne. And have a look at the bridge. The weather this weekend in the UK for anybody internationally has been absolutely atrocious. We've had storm surges, rainstorms, snowstorms, basically everything, you know, tick all the boxes weather. Gales, trees down, people killed. It's been crazy. The bridges, the famous bridges. I wonder if there's collision detection on. We'd have to pop under and over though, wouldn't we? So we'd have to come in quite fast to do that, so I'm not going to try. I have no doubt I could do it, but I think the sim might usurp us and crash us when we get underneath the bridge. Okay. Back along the GPS track. So we'll pull back towards it. We'll lower our target altitude to 1500 feet. Just trimming the aeroplane. Autopilot on and nav mode on. We'll center the heading bug up to the direction we're actually heading at the moment, so it's not miles away from what we're doing. The airplane's just trekking across to get onto the navigation track. So looking at the map, we are currently just coming over Gateshead. So somebody's asking, I'm not going to try and pronounce your name because I'll get it really badly wrong. He's asking, do we think the sim is worth the price? I do, but then I'm easily pleased. If you're the sort of person that's going to say, oh, you know, this switch in this corner of this aeroplane doesn't do exactly what it should do in this situation, you're not going to be happy. That said, I think that may all change tonight because Phoenix have announced they've updated their aircraft to work with 2024. Martin saying, wish you could change the weather like that in real life. Yeah, I had live weather on a moment ago and it was not nice. Yeah, it's pretty cool, isn't it? So if we pull up the new tab or tablet, we can see we're on down to Echo Golf Uniform Kilo, Peter Lee Airfield. We'll just overfly it, then down to Durham Tees Valley, and down to Leeds, over across to Blackpool, down to Liverpool, Manchester, East Midlands. So we'll see how far we get tonight. In a way, this is almost a stress test to see, can the sim run for this long without going wrong? And it looks like it can. It'd be worth pulling up as well the performance counters to see how much broadband it is pulling just in normal flight. So the number to take note of is the receiving number. So if we make this small enough, will the graph go away? Yeah, so that's what we're really taking note of, is that number there. So you can see it's hardly pulling anything when you're over normal countryside. Well, I say hardly, it's kind of a movie's worth, sometimes a bit higher. But you can see CPU is not doing much. GPU is, it's working fairly hard at the moment, 50%. It's opening up to 60 and 70. That's because of the fog. Mist is very expensive from a rendering point of view. So yeah, looking back across this way where there's not so much mist, you can see it visibly drop on the graph. If we were to do that, we get some mist in the way, which counters anything we were trying to defeat. Okay, so let's go and close that down for the moment. Yeah, so half these airfields aren't on Navigraph, even though they're marked on the map. It doesn't know what they're called. It's funny, isn't it? It's actually got it there, but it's not in its database. Whereas LittleNavMap has got it, obviously, because it read it from the sim. Although it hasn't found it from 2024, it's got it. It's because I'm still running on the 2020 database read. So it should be approaching Peterlee Airfield. There it is. So for those that have joined in late, I've set the weather back to a few weeks ago when the trees still had leaves on them. We could obviously switch it to an accurate reading of the time. So instead of September, we could go for November. And move this time as well. You'll see the trees are much more barren now. All the leaves have gone, look, they're just spidery. Collections of branches, basically. For another cloud. Let's go back to September, shall we? So what else should we be at? 2500. I thought we were at 1500. Okay, so let's go vertical speed. Drop it down to 15. Like Martin's comment a few minutes ago, to get back to Cornwall you just fly towards the biggest black cloud. That's great. But yeah, the thing I think they have got the most right about this is how cramped it is in the cockpit of the little GA planes. The sense of scale is a lot better. That you are just shoulder to shoulder with the co-pilot with no room to wiggle around. It really is, you know, you're on top of each other basically. If anything, we're not close enough to the instruments, because yeah, It's, as I joked about earlier, it's not like a John Wayne cockpit from a 1950s movie where you've got room for a sofa and a drinks cabinet and a camera crew inside a Hellcat cockpit with you. It's much more, okay, you look sideways and you're nose to nose with the person right next to you and your shoulders are up against theirs. It even shows from outside, actually. If you go and look around, you can see it. Look, they're crammed in, which is absolutely true. And a Cessna 172 is quite big. .172's the TARDIS. I don't think the 152's in the sim anymore. I think they've removed it. Probably because nobody... Well, you can't buy them anymore, can you? Not for many years now. The only ones that exist are second-hand. They haven't been building them for donkey's years now. But I think only flying schools have them. Ah, so Atomic Banana says the 152 Aerobat is in there still. Is that carried over, though, from 2020, maybe? There seems to be an awful lot of electric aircraft in the new sim, which I guess, you know, it's the way that aviation is going to go eventually, but it was interesting to see so many electric aircraft in the new lineup. So we're just approaching Durham Tees Valley. We may as well have a play with the ILS, hadn't we? So 108.5. So, are we on... We're not on heading mode, are we? We will be in a moment. So... Oh, what's it doing? Stupid machine. So, 108.5... 108... Oh, I've got to press that now, haven't I? There we go. So there's the airstrip over there. And if we change the CDI mode to localizer, you can see it's pointing direction of the runway. We're way above the glide slope though. So if we turn the autopilot off, cut the power, and descend a bit. While we're at it, if we go and start head tracking so we can naturally look around, will help a lot for the turn-in. Say hello to our lovely co-pilot. We ought to get a bit further back actually. Whoops, wrong way. I just put it in the trees by accident. Here comes the glide slope. Oh, we can see the Pappy lights from here. So the Pappies agree with the glide slope, which is always good. Sorry, I got distracted there. Somebody called me away in the middle of approach. As is always the way. So we're coming up to 1500 feet and pull the throttle back. It's interesting it's still flashing when we're at 1500. I was just centered on it. Okay, good. So, whoa. Oh, we've still got Wombleton in the original plan. Okay. And then over to Leeds. So the ground looks like it's rising up, so we need to get to 2500 feet. So altitude 2500 feet, vertical speed mode 500 feet a minute please, up it comes. And a bit more power. Hold on to our airspeed on the climb. So Adam Duncan's saying, could you possibly do a video in the future on the EFB? I've already done it. Oh, the EFB, sorry. You mean this, not in the G1000. This is quite straightforward. This is not linked to the avionics, so I can show you it now. So if we come into here and we do, you can see it's got a ton of stuff in it. So we just do reset and it empties itself. It's dead easy. So you say we were going to do a pretend flight from Exeter, so EGTE, and then you can pick your runway. So that's going to be dependent on the wind, obviously, in the real world. You can pick departure procedures if you want. So if you've got the big jets, you can do that. And you say where you're going to. So say we were going to EGTB, which will be Booker Airfield in Buckinghamshire, where just down the road from me. So that's done that bit of it, yeah. So then if we come out of here, obviously it's going to be looking in the wrong place. There's our route we've just programmed. Forget the white space, that's just this having a fit. So then if you wanted some waypoints en route, you could either say find me a route and it will have a go at it for you, and so you could add that waypoint. Or you could, oh that's gone wrong, hasn't it? Or has it already done it? Let's have a look. So if we come back out, yeah, so it found a waypoint that was on the way. But if you were looking at another map and you wanted to put some other waypoints in, so we were looking there at going from where is it? EGTB, this side of London, isn't it? There we go, Wickham Air Park. So say we wanted to put the Compton VOR en route, so CPT. So we can come back into this list and you can go into any of these and you can say add a waypoint before that one, and you could just go and type in CPT and choose Compton and add it to our list, and then you can have a look at it on the map, and now you've got Compton, Hot XI, and then on down the road. So you can see you can make up whatever route you like, and then when you're happy with it, if you want, if the airplane supports it, and not all airplanes do at the moment, you can send that straight into the avionics suite. You can also file it with ATC, so you can have it available to you know, so you can call ATC and say here's my flight plan that I'm flying. So BB Sim Gaming is asking, does LittleNavMap work? Well, here it is, and it's working. So we're way up here at the moment. The only problem is you won't be able to load the database in, so because it doesn't understand it yet, but I'm guessing Alex that develops LittleNavMap will be looking at that at the moment. So yeah, this is straightforward to use this. You can also load flight plans, so you can save them obviously, but then you can load them back in. So if you wait for that, it will update hopefully in a moment, unless the sim's going wrong and having a bit of a bad day. But we can load and save PLN files as well. So if I was to load it from this PC and I go to my, where is it, documents, LittleNavMap, flight plans, and it was this was the plan I was flying, which you can see this is going to light up like a Christmas tree in a moment. There we go. And you can see here's the plan I'm on, and I'm way up here at the moment. Obviously you can center on yourself, you can put layers on and off, so you can show just terrain highlights instead of crazy, photographic layers. You can show the weather as a radar layer, so if you do have rain it will show up. It's pretty good though. So in amongst those layers, did it have the default is just a blank one, isn't it? Yeah. What does profile do? Oh, profile would be if you've got VNav, I guess, with altitude restrictions on some of the waypoints, maybe. Yeah, profile view isn't available at the moment. I wonder why. Or maybe it's only in some areas in the world, I don't know. The really interesting thing, so say we came in here and we do reset. We'll do an IFR flight plan just to show you this. So say we go from EGSS, so Stansted Airport, runway 22, and we'll do the BKY 5R departure out of Stansted, and then we'll go to Edinburgh, so EGPH. You've seen me do this probably on the channel. It's an easy route to program, which is the only reason I commonly do it. And we'll come in on the AGP E1E arrival route, and we'll go via the Trent VOR halfway. Okay, why is it not coming up with Trent? You can't press backspace, by the way. Can we type them by the full name? Yeah, we can. So let's put the Trent VOR on our route. So if we go and have a look at that now. Oh, yeah, it's got the wrong Trent. So remove that. We'll just do it direct. So it's got, if I can drag this, it's not helping me. Could zoom out, couldn't I, if I was half a brain in my head. So it's got the standard instrument departure from Stansted look with all of the waypoints. But where it gets really clever now is if you come in here and I was expecting that to have charts. It hasn't got them. There are no clipped charts. Here we go. So you can go to departures from runway 22 from Stansted, and you get to see them in here, but we should be able to see the charts. Why are they not showing? Maybe this is offline at the moment. It should be working though. But this was integrated. I was playing with this yesterday. It's got the Lufthansa charts. Maybe it's offline at the moment. So if we came back out of here, so let's save this. No. Cancel. That's a disappointment. Maybe the charts are offline at the moment for whatever reason. Because you should be able to pull up the Lufthansa charts. But you can get METAR, you can get the runway information, you can get all the radio frequencies for a given airport. It's good, isn't it? I wonder if the charts are not available because we're not on the ground. I wonder if you can only do it when you're on the ground. You know, to prepare a flight. So let's go and load a PLN file again from this PC, from Documents, LittleNavMap, Flight Plans, that one. Give it a second or two to load it. Okay, that's done. So we're just about to come up to that little airfield that we were talking about. So if we backspace, see it beneath us. Here it is. The other trick that not a lot of people have understood about yet is if you go into a web browser and go planner.flightsimulator.com, they've got a web version of the same thing that appears in EFB, and you can save it here and then load it in the EFB. So say we did the same thing in here. Let's see if we can get away with it. So if we went route and said, I'll go for aircraft first, and we'll say we'll go and pretend we've got the 172. Well, actually, maybe that's why, because we had the wrong aircraft type earlier. If we did A320 and choose the A320 Neo, and then we could just type the route straight in, so we could go EGSS/22 BKY5R and then straight into AGPE1E into EGPH runway 24. So if we try that, it's done it. Yeah, so it's done this exactly the same thing. But then we could save this, obviously, which I've forgotten how you do. Oh, it's down here. Save flight plan. So we'll say, I've already got, yeah, here we go. So A320 stands dead to Edinburgh. Save new plan. Okay, and it's put the crazily drawn plan on here. It's got a few bugs in it at the moment, but it's very good. It shows you all the sectors and all the rest of it. So you get your IFR charts to look at, and you get lots of layers you can switch on and off. You can draw lines with rulers and all the rest of it. You could even go and, you know, write a load of information in about the flight if you wanted to share them amongst your friends or whatever. But then once you've done that, once you're in the aeroplane, you can come into this tablet. I think you can do it in here. You can load a flight plan. Now, yeah, it's saying loading. I think this might be broken at the moment. Or I might have broken it because I've been in the air for so long, who knows. For the same reason we couldn't see the Lufthansa charts. But it does mean you can sit in the web browser without the sim running and arrange your flight when you should be working, maybe. Not that I'm saying I would ever do that. And then you've got your flight plan done. So I could, for example, I quite often fly with a group called MyAir, and they put their instructions out by kind of lunchtime-ish on the day. So I could have a look at lunchtime, get my flight plan done way before I get anywhere near the simulator. And, you know, familiarise myself with it. Anyway. Shall we go and focus back on what we're doing? Obviously have another airfield. Rufforth, I think, is in our plan, but not in here. So if we add that back in, I think what I might do is call it at Rufforth and have a bit of a rest, because this has been running all day nearly. But we've proven the flight sim keeps, well, mostly keeps working, as we've seen the tablet just packed up, didn't it, with doing plans. That's a shame. But it was working yesterday, so it will show you the Lufthansa charts, which is really a shot across the bow of Navigraph, because if they really have licensed that for everybody to have them, that means we've all got charts for the big airports for nothing. Unless if we look in here, because I can get to Navigraph, it's not going to show me Navigraph, is it? Because it was showing Lufthansa yesterday, so let's just sign in as me. So it works with Navigraph as well. So I can load this flight, for example, that we know we're doing. But yeah, Navigraph doesn't have half these airports, so it couldn't render them, which is always the perennial problem with Navigraph, really. So that's flights. Can we go to... yeah, we can go to airports, look. So we could pull up EGSS and go to the charts for EGSS and go to the, say, the SIDS, and there's BKY5R, and you can see it inside here. Can we zoom in? Yes, we can, and we can just drag it around, which is quite nice. But it would appear when it works that the Navigraph charts are in here as well. We can also do SimBrief Dispatch directly in here, which is quite cool. Yeah, so I might call it at the next airfield. How long have I been online for? Does it tell us in here? 5.5 hours, oh my word. So we are approaching Little Airfield. How far away is it? So, oh, it's York is over to our left. It's probably worth having a look around York, isn't it? Maybe here. So have they done photogrammetry for York? For the for the church? Got to go and have a look, haven't we? So turn autopilot off. Turn on head tracking. Just stopping this from losing its mind. Yeah, the open tracking is garbage. It's very, very difficult to orient your head correctly. That's why Toby is quite expensive, because it's very, very good at it. You don't realise how good it is until you use something else. So it looks like they have got custom assets for the cathedral in York. Looks like a cardboard cutout when it's not lit correctly, doesn't it? Okay, let's turn the head tracking back off because it's annoying. We're going broadly the right direction. I'm guessing that's the horse racing track, is it down there? Looks like one. Go and get back onto the GPS track. So there should be an airfield. Is this the airfield over here? Looks like an airfield to me. This is where we're going to finish today because I am getting really tired. Okay, how can we best approach the airfield? I'm just looking at Hugh's comment there about the sim being unflyable because York Minster's not set quite right on the ground. And yet there is an army of people out there that will claim because the colour of their car's wrong on their drive, or it's their old car, then this is garbage. It reminds me of, was it Newman and Baddiel used to have the sketch with the two old professors where they would just insult each other? That's kind of the internet. Don't think I ought to be landing here actually. Let's go for the other one. Very unorthodox approach. Very unorthodox painting of an airfield, full stop really. How long can we leave the skid marks on the runway? Oh, they're pretty good ones. They're all the way back there. Should go on the grass. Ruin the grass for the groundskeepers. Just dig up some trenches. So, we can get out of the aeroplane, obviously. This is the new trick in the sim, that we can then wander around. Obviously the real reason for this is part of the new experience is going round doing the covers and things like that when you first get in the aeroplane. But you can go around and do a visual check, and you can do things like wiggling the ailerons and making sure they aren't falling off, and you can wiggle the elevators and make sure they're not falling off, and you can make sure that you can't wiggle the rudder, which is one of the actual checks. And there's stowage. You can go and check all the handles on the stowage, make sure everything's shut properly. But yeah, it's good fun. And it crouches down as he goes under the wing. It's that clever. Unfortunately, it doesn't have things like checking the sumps. Although I think you can check the oil on the engine. Yeah. So you can go and have a look and see where it is. I don't think it really makes any difference to the experience, but this needs a clean. Look at the state of that. Thousands of dead flies. Oh, but you have to remember though, there will be someone somewhere that says that's the wrong make of light bulb for this aeroplane, even though it's modelled in that level of detail. And they'll say, oh, they don't use that model of screw. That's just garbage. Or the tread pattern on the foot pad is wrong. Anyway, something that I have really loved about this is if you go and, if I come back out of this view and we go and start the engine up again, so we'll just put the flaps back up. Watch the grass. So I put the parking brake on. So you have to think in terms of what is actually doing there. That's the wake vortex going on. So if there was something behind us, say you're trying to take off one behind the other, you're going to be hit by that airstream. Right, I'm going to leave it there. So that was a ridiculously long flight, and we got halfway down the country, but we can do the rest another day. We did all the way down Scotland, so we got the second half to do, and we'll do that when I'm feeling a bit crazy another day. So we got as far as Rufforth, just outside of York. Right, I'll see you all again soon. Thanks ever so much for watching. If you've been dipping in, watching some of the coverage. If nothing else, we've proved how stable this simulator is. This has been flying along quite happily for, what, 6 hours nearly? And we've been messing around with weather the entire time, and messing around with settings the entire time, and it's been absolutely rock solid. Anyway, I'm going to leave it there. I'll see you again soon. Take care.